with the consultants to set the scope for the Dunbo study that we're working on. We've had some kickoff meetings as well with the consultant for the Dunbo roundabout and other various projects we got going on, including the staging plan for 690th. So all that work's still going on in the background, and hopefully we'll have more updates for council soon. Thank you.
Okay, and Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, County. Good morning, Foothills County. 10 months till Christmas today. The chem shed is just waiting for its floor there at the ASB farm. We're going to be hiring a seasonal position very soon. The guys are currently on Sandy Cross Road, and getting a little bit tired of telling you these updates, but March 2nd, beaver tooth mulching is coming now. They got a date from them, so hopefully that doesn't change. March 12th, there's the next Ag Service Board meeting, and I have one thing coming up in the agenda with the mowers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess you know a person likes Christmas if they start counting down 10 months ahead of time. Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update on the fire risk status. So currently there's no restrictions or fire bans in place following this improved weather conditions and the recent snowfall. Despite the removal of the restriction, the regional fire risk remains seasonably elevated across southern Alberta due to intermittent weather patterns. Winds, periods of drying, and exposed dry grass in snow-free areas. Calgary Forestry is showing a low wildfire danger. They've also lifted the fire advisory with no restrictions. Rocky View has no restrictions. Willow Creek has no restrictions. Vulcan County has an advisory on. So we'll continue to monitor the weather and ground conditions, and we'll advise if fire restriction or bans need to be reimplemented on short notice should the conditions decline. And just to remind residents that burn permits remain mandatory, and fires must always be supervised at all times, and fires must be fully extinguished when finished. Thank you.
Thank you. And Manager Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Several updates for you today. So tomorrow we are holding our open house with the RCMP and Enforcement Services from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Alderside Field House. I'd also like to let you know that the province is increasing their provincial traffic fines. It will be effective March 13th. So more common offenses such as distracted driving and speeding between 1 to 39 kilometers an hour over the speed limit will increase by 30%. The high-risk driving, such as stunting, racing, and careless, are going up by 50%. Again, that's effective March 13th. And I do have an in-camera update when the time comes.
Okay, thank you very much. If you don't have anything else on the agenda, thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy your day. With that, we will go to the items on our agenda. Let's start with B1, page 3 of our agenda, Foothills Community and Emergency Services request to decommission obsolete equipment. We'll go to Director Saulnier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reeve. Through the Reeve to the floor, I'm going to pass this over to our Fire Chief, Fire Chief Marshall.
Good morning, Foothills County. This is a repeat project that we did back in 21. Over the years, we end up with some gear that's ripped, torn, or expired, doesn't meet our Canadian standards anymore for firefighting. So we kind of tuck it aside. In 21, we used a company out of Calgary called The Firm that cleans the gear, tries to patch it up. We did a little PR project with it, with the Western Wheel and some online stuff as well. And they repurpose it. And at that time, they sent it overseas to Ukraine. And working with them again this year, Ukraine is still in need, so it would go back over to Ukraine. We did take this project to Fire Board in January and received approval from the Fire Board to proceed bringing it to Council. So I'm looking for recommendation, our motion from Council to approve decommission and donation of expired gear to take to the firm. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve.
Sure, no questions from me, so others may still proceed on that. But just when you're ready, I'd provide a motion to the effect of Recommendation on page 3 to authorize the decommissioning of those expired pieces of equipment and donate those to the firm as was requested.
Okay, and that motion is the bottom of page 3. Anybody else? We have that motion then from Deputy Reeve Pohl to decommission the equipment and donate it to a firm in Calgary for repurposing to developing nations. I don't see anybody, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B2, Foothills Community and Emergency Services, request to purchase thermal imaging cameras, page 5 of our agenda. Back again to Director Saulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. And through the Reeve to the floor, I will pass this one over to our Fire Chief, Alex Marshall, as well.
Thank you. So the thermal imaging cameras are not a luxury item for the firefighters. It's an essential piece of kit that we carry. Right now, Foothills County has 7 of these cameras in our possession in various stages of wear and tear. We have some cameras that don't turn on, some cameras that only last a couple minutes, type of thing. So we're really struggling with these thermal imaging cameras. The thermal imaging cameras help our firefighters see when they go into the structures. It's not like a TV show. You really can't see anything when you go into a structure fire. So the thermal imaging cameras detect heat. So this project is looking at purchasing 11 thermal imaging cameras. We tested out 3 of the front runners with the Seek, the Flare, and the Bullard. Compared specifications of the 3 cameras, looked at pricing. We ended up buying one of the Seeks out of operating budget last year to try it out, as it seemed like a front runner for this project. Calgary Fires also bought these cameras, and Chestermere's looking at them as well. Overall, they're holding up really good. The price point is very solid for these cameras. So the 11 units would come in at $47,523, and they also offer a program where they would take our 7 cameras back and give us a trade-in value. So the complete project would take the 7 cameras, and the ask is for $47,523 for 11 additional cameras. I guess I'll leave it at that and answer any questions that council might have.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just speaking to the battery life, are they an interchangeable battery or is it self-contained within the unit?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, it depends on the model. Some are interchangeable. We do have some Bullards in our fleet that are interchangeable, but you can't get the batteries anymore for the older ones.
Mm-hmm.
These Seeks that we're looking at, it's all built in. It's all in one.
So when they go dead, then that unit is dead.
You'll charge them.
So you can't buy extra batteries is where I was going.
That
Okay.
is correct.
Thanks for that.
Deputy Reeve Pohl.
Thank you. As a previous item, this was reviewed by the fire board, and a great discussion took place, including the commentary on the previous sizes of cameras and how they've come to be much more efficient size. Do you want to speak to that at all? And then I would be ready to provide a motion if and ready.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Roll, I guess. But we had a good conversation about it. We have some members of the fire board that have been around the fire service for a very long time. So they spoke up about when these cameras first came out and the cost of them and the size. I believe they were around $50,000-$60,000 for one camera, and the technology's just come so far. So we really did have a good in-depth discussion about the history of these cameras and how far the technology has come and the price point of them. They used to be quite big and bulky, and now it's literally just a portable little camera that fastens to our firefighters' gear when they enter the buildings. And yeah, technology's come a long way.
Thank you for that. And if I may just say that it fits within the approved budget, and they have an interesting deal where there's a trade-in. So I'd provide that motion on page 7 when you're ready.
Okay, so I'll take that motion. That is to authorize the purchase of 11 Seek Attack Pro not to exceed 47,523 plus taxes, including trade-in of the 7 existing units.
That's
Is that the
works.
motion?
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll take that motion. I would think if we had cameras that are not turning on or ones only stay on for a couple of minutes, that's a bit of an issue when you're fighting fires. So, anybody else? So we have that motion to approve the purchase. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, capital equipment purchase enforcement vehicles, page 9 of our agenda. So for this, we will go to Manager Allard and Supervisor McLean. And we have somebody else stepping forward as well.
I'm Supervisor Brad Lewis.
Brad Lewis, okay. Thank you for joining us here today. You guys can take it away.
Okay, so we're asking council now to replace a couple of the enforcement vehicles. This will include setting up with the emergency equipment, and we are recommending to go with Country Chrysler for their Durango package. It's just based on the recommendation of the drivers and also the more cheaper price. If there was any questions, go ahead.
Any questions, council? So the recommendation is to award the purchase of 2 enforcement vehicles to Country Chrysler and award the purchase of the patrol equipment installation to Megatech. So I'd look it for a motion or further comments. Councillor Callister. Okay, motion from Councillor Callister to approve that. Anybody else? All those in favor? Motion carries. You've got a couple of vehicles. Thank you. And we'll go to B4. Again, capital equipment purchase, this time some heavy trucks, page 10. And again, back to you, Mr. Lewis and Supervisor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. So this is going to be to replace a couple of our gravel trucks and also one combination gravel truck, sanding truck. These are run all year, winter, summer, spring. Our recommendation is actually to proceed with Bosch International with the international trucks. They are lower in price than Western Star, which we normally have been with. But these will just be the truck and chassis, and they will be upfitted afterwards with the box. But if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Okay, I'll go to council. Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So outfitted with the box, a new box, or the existing box that's on the old Western Stars?
We'll be upfitting with the new box. Yep.
Yeah, okay. And just, I know we've talked before years ago when we bought trucks, and Mr. Gallant was pretty set on Western Star just because of filters, oils, and, or not so much oils, but filters and whatnot being right across the board with all our trucks. Is that an issue for you guys? Not too worried about that?
Yeah, for sure. I know for sure what you're saying. So these trucks, they will have like the same like differentials. It's the same transmission, Allison, which is in our Western Stars. The difference will be the engine. It's a Cummins. Right now, that's actually works out because we have some crossover with maintaining the emergency vehicles. So we have the software to do diagnostics and maintenance on the Cummins engine and filters and oils.
Good. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor McHugh?
Through the chair to Public Works. So the trucks that we're getting rid of, is there, it would be nice when we see this, it would be nice to know what we think that the units we're getting rid of, what the general sales of those type of items are at auction. So we see this number 473. So I'm going to ask you, what are we going to get for the old ones? It like when we see these when you see $473,000, you get taken back. If you're going to get $250,000 for the used ones, then it's a much more real number. And like the used equipment market's maybe softened a little bit, but the used equipment is pretty valuable, and it would just be nice to know that we're doing a little bit more concentration on the units that we're getting rid of, so that we can ensure we're getting best buck out of them.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh. I can't get exact numbers, but being like that these trucks are around 10 years old, it should be like, it will be around $150,000 for a gravel truck. Right. Yeah, each.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to Public Works. Any thoughts on if they would take a trade-in?
With being a late model truck, and the trade-in value could be less than going to auction. And also, I think there is also a responsibility maybe on our part to, by going to auction, it's going to have a chance for all of the public to purchase the vehicle if they so desire.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Sure, thank you. And just to the chair, you know, like it's really not hard to go to Ritchie Brothers and pop up the past sales and get sales on a 10-year-old truck, and it would just be so much easier if we had if we just do a little bit more homework and have a more accurate number on what we think the disposal of the unit will be, and or exploring the trade-ins. At the end of the day, it's about getting the best deal for the taxpayer. So if we do a little search and it's looking like 150,000 at sale, and then we're looking at a trade-in and it comes in at 175, that becomes a pretty easy decision. Thanks.
Okay, so are you suggesting postpone for a little more information? Is that
Nope, I'm just hoping that'll come forwards in the future.
in future? Okay. Okay, so I would look for a motion to move this forward. There is a recommendation to award the purchase of 2 trucks to Bosch International. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll give you that motion.
Okay, so we have that motion to approve those 2 heavy trucks. Don't see anybody else. Call a question. All in favor? Motion carries. And let's go to B5, Davisburg Community Hall, request for pavement crack repair, page 11 of our agenda. We will go to Supervisor McLean again, I believe.
Thank you. So this is just a request by Davisburg Hall. So they do have some cracks that are developing within the parking lot on the pavement. So it's a request if we can fit it in with our crack patching program. I did go and look at it with the supervisor of road maintenance this week. It would be, our recommendation is we can easily fit it in with our normal Roscoe spray patch program. So while we're in the area, we can address and fill those cracks. So my recommendation is that we can do the cracks for them with the Roscoe spray patchers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will give you that motion to repair the cracks.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. And B6, capital equipment purchase. Spending lots of money today. Page 13 of our agenda, mowers. Go to Manager Cornelson.
Speak directly into the mic. So this was brought up at a earlier council meeting. And so the 2.0 term was requested that, I think 2 things were requested, that I get a trade in value through Tractorland. And the other one was about the administration fee. And so I talked to Tractorland, Troy there, Tractorland, he apologized for putting the administration fee on there. He said it should have been on there, so he waived that. And I got the quotes on the other 2 pieces of equipment. You can see them there. And the recommendation I was giving is to still send them up for auction, based on a few things. I guess maybe historically we're getting a better price with auction, and I guess the money that we get back through auction is put into general revenue. It might be instead of, if we're getting a trade-in, and that's just essentially we're saving on grant money. So there's some strings attached to that too, I think. Yeah, so just, and then of course the idea that everybody gets a chance to purchase it as well. But yeah, just open for any questions you have for me.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair and thank you for looking into that. I will give you that motion to go ahead with the purchase of these 2 zero-turns and sending the other 2 to auction.
Okay, I'll take that motion. So that is the recommendation on the bottom of page 13. Deputy Revol?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just when I was looking at the prices, the flail mower was cheaper with the Lethbridge group. And I just wonder if you can split the purchases, or were they really a package deal so that you ended up with the best deal with the bottom line of the 72,580, and then the other one being 20. There's a little bit of a savings, so I don't know if it's worth doing that, or if it would basically the money be lost in all the transportation and any other business needed to get that here.
Yeah, so through the chair to council. Yeah, so when I was looking at those numbers, I thought they were close enough. There would be an extra cost of some kind with the transportation. We'd have to go pick them up. I was just thinking then we'd save that. At least we wouldn't have to go pick up the unit. And then to me, there was some bonus of also purchasing local. As far as I know, I mean, like I asked for the quotes together from all these places and they broke them down separately like that. So yeah, I'm assuming that I mean, they would sell us 2 zero-turn mowers at, those prices weren't necessarily tied together. So.
Okay. All right. I guess if there was a significant savings, it would be obvious, but it's, there's a lot of additional work to getting it from the other organization. So I see that. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh?
Thank you to the chair. I guess I can speak in favor of the motion, but I would like to hear back what the results of are the auction results. So you take 20,000 off of a $50,000 purchase, and that's like a 35% savings. So this kind of exemplifies the point. This becomes basically a $30,000 purchase instead of a $50,000 purchase. And so the rationale all starts to make more sense. So I think we have to keep an eye on this and be interesting. I hope we can have it reported back what these bring at auction. Thanks. And hopefully it's more than 20 grand, because I would actually do the trade-in myself. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So we have that motion from Councillor Estes to purchase the 2 zero-turn mowers and 1 flail mower from Tractorland High River and send the old equipment to auction. I don't see anybody else. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to D1 under miscellaneous planning items 2126660 Alberta Limited request for time extension, page 52 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is a development permit under direct control district number 20, located in Foothills Crossing, directly east of Highway 2, east of High River, at the north end of the area structure plan. Council, these lands have been zoned direct control for some time, and council is a development authority under direct control. This development permit came forth to council and was approved by council on October 9th, 2024, with a number of pre-release conditions as the application wasn't particularly complete at the time. So council chose to support it, but required a bunch of information up front before the development permit is actually issued. Just so you understand, pre-release conditions must be completed before the development permit is actually issued. Now, there has been some time extensions granted by the file manager throughout 2025. The applicants have now requested that council grant additional time extensions to July 31st of this year. as our file manager is not willing to grant any further time extensions. The original deadline for the pre-release conditions was April 9th, 2025, so almost a year ago. As such, we would request council's consideration to grant the time extension to July 31st, 2026. And as this is a development permit type decision, all councillor members are able to vote on it.
Okay, thank you for that. This is in my division. I have no concerns with the time extension request and would certainly support it. Anybody else? I'd look for a motion then. Councillor Callister gives us that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you that motion.
Okay, to give that time extension request. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Take that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we do have a couple people with us that have a update in closed, and so just to get efficient with their time, I would look for a motion to take us into closed so we can hear from them. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. I will now open up our 10 o'clock public hearing, Sutherland Northwest 36 2029 west of 4, site-specific amendment, page 20 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, when you're ready, if you could please introduce council.
Thank you and good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our hearing today. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer today. That is Planner Salmond. Next, we will go to the applicant for their presentation or comments, whichever you choose. Following that, if anybody does show up from the public, we will give them an opportunity to share as well. Following that, we'll go to closing comments first to the applicant and then, or applicant's agent, I shall say, and then back to the planning officer. So with that, Planner Salmon, would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for a site-specific amendment for an additional dwelling on the subject lands. The landowners are Mark and Dina Sutherland. Their agent is Kiera Schusler. The subject property is located in Council Division 7. It's approximately 400 meters east of the town of Okotoks, 250 meters south of 338th Avenue East. It's immediately south of the Riverstone subdivision, and it's on the east side of Highway 2. On March 28th, 2002, Council approved the original subdivision of the subject parcel, and in that process, Council also approved access to this parcel through an access right-of-way. It should be noted that the county is party to this agreement. Is that better? Oh. On July 16th, 2009, 2 development permits were issued for 2 temporary dwellings on the property, and both of which are currently still existing on the property. These development permits have been renewed every few years since, with the most recent renewal being issued on January 30th, 2025. The subject parcel, again, is currently accessed through an access right-of-way and an existing approach on 338th Avenue East. This is a picture of that approach. This is a picture looking east down 338th. And this is looking west. The physiography of the parcel is predominantly flat with a gentle slope from the northwest to southeast with some sparse trees around the north end of the property. This is a view from the north of the property looking south. And this is a view from the south end of the property looking northwest along Highway 2. For existing development, there's currently a dwelling. There are 2 temporary dwellings, 4 accessory buildings, as well as a water well and 2 septic systems to support that development. There's also an existing walking track and a racetrack on the property. This is a picture of one of the temporary dwellings. It's about 633 square feet, and the applicant intends to replace it with another temporary dwelling that looks more like this, that is a little over 2,100 square feet. And this brings us to the subject of today's hearing, as replacing a temporary dwelling would require a new development permit on the property. However, the current land use bylaw only allows for 1 primary dwelling and 1 temporary dwelling or a secondary suite. And this would be the 3rd temporary dwelling. So the proposal for today's hearing is a site-specific amendment to the land use bylaw to allow for an additional dwelling unit on the subject property. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on February 11th and February 18th, and notice was also sent to area landowners within a half-mile of the subject property. That was mailed out on February 4th. No letters have been received. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the Chair of the Development Officer, can we just go to your last slide there? Okay, so we have, oops. Sure, that one. So this existing access right away, it's also, is it registered on, so we have another chunk that's to the south, that's also the access for that property?
Through the Reeve, there's a blanket easement for the property, for the subject property to allow access to the property just south of the subject property.
Okay, so this, it covers both those properties. Covers the subject property and the one to the south.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Director Hemingway.
I drive by this parcel quite often, as we all do. Often I see a large number of horses on the property. How many horses, maybe this is a question for the applicant, how many animal units are on this property?
During my site inspection in early February, I counted 32 horses on the property, so it's a little difficult to count all of them.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll come to the applicant when I ask that. How many, Elliot, how many would be allowed on a parcel of this size?
On a 40-acre parcel, they're allowed a maximum of 13 animal units, so 13 horses without supporting development permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I will then go to the applicant's agent for any presentation or comments that you would like to provide today.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of my parents, the landowners, Mark and Dina Sutherland, to formally request approval for a site-specific amendment that would allow us to replace one of the existing temporary dwellings on my parents' agricultural property with a newer mobile home. The current structure we are proposing to replace is an older ACO-style unit, as you saw. Our request is not to increase the number of residents on the property, but simply to upgrade one of the existing temporary dwellings with improved infrastructure. We understand that this is a site-specific amendment and that our property is somewhat unique in having 2 temporary residences. However, this arrangement reflects the operational realities of working agricultural property. The land supports horse and occasionally cattle operations that require both seasonal and full-time labor, the full-time labor being me and my family. 1 residence is used for seasonal agricultural help during peak operational periods, which is the ACO shack that you saw, when the horses are on the property. These individuals live on site temporarily, usually during only the peak seasons, which, as I'm sure you all know, changes year by year. The second residence is occupied by full-time family support, which is us. My parents frequently work away, which is why they're not here today, from the property and rely on both seasonal help and full-time residents to manage daily operations, both to maintain the property and agricultural wise. This request does not introduce any additional residents to the property. The same number of individuals who currently reside on site would continue to do so. The proposal is strictly an infrastructure upgrade, replacing an aging ACO unit with a newer mobile home that will improve safety and living conditions. There will be no increase to density, no additional occupancy, and no expansion to what already exists. We have completed all required application materials and the documentation as outlined in the presentation today. We have lived on this property since 2004, including myself, and have consistently operated in a manner that supports agricultural use while maintaining the property responsibly. We have pursued the temporary dwelling route rather than a permanent secondary residence permit because our housing needs exceed the size limitations permitted under the county's secondary permanent residence regulations, as well as stated earlier, we need 2 residents on the property, 2 additional residents on the property. Our intention is simply to modernize and maintain the existing residential support structure necessary for the continued viability of the operations. We appreciate the county's time and consideration and remain committed to operating within municipal guidelines while supporting responsible agricultural use of the property. I suppose I'll touch on the livestock right now. Regarding the livestock, the horses are not present on the property year-round, consistent with how the property has operated since it was purchased. There are often periods when you'll drive by and there are no horses at all on the property. They travel for competitions. There's shared pasture use in the Grand Prairie area as well in Provost. We also use property in Foothills County neighbors' property for horses as well. The horses are not on there for long periods of time. As I said, they leave. We compete. They're chuck wagon horses. So they compete and leave all the time from the property and go to different places. As well as the horses are maintained on full feed, including free choice hay and oats, and they're not pastured for nutrition on the property. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to council or administration for any questions you may have of the applicant's agent. Director Hemingway.
I just want to talk about the temporary aspect of this application. You talk about these as temporary residents, but they don't seem very temporary other than they're on a temporary foundation. So they're just put on a not a permanent foundation, but they're not leaving. Like how do you feel about the term temporary associated with this application? The temporary is intended to be renewed for about a 6-year time period, and then you have to reapply for a development permit. And these have continued on for 17 years now. Do you think that permanent residents
situation, we won't chuck wagon race forever, I guess is what I can say. And so the need for additional help won't be on the property forever. The need for help from family to maintain the property, as well as some horses or livestock that will be on the property forever is needed, though. I understand that we have just renewed the application over and over again. That is our understanding of how we were able to do how we were able to operate how we have been.
If council were to approve to allow for 3 residential units on this property, you could choose to make a building permit application for 3 single-family homes versus these temporary and mobile homes.
Right.
For farm help type thing. So I'm just saying, is that something that you'd prefer versus to have because I'm trying to figure out how council can approve this so it's appropriate.
Right.
If they approve it as allowing for 2 additional temporary residential units for, you know, one for farm help and one for they're both for farm help basically. Then they are continually renewed for a period of 6 years, and then you're going to have to come. I mean, unless council puts a time limit on it, you'll just continually renew them. They'll be renewable forever under a site-specific amendment. So is that the goal, is to continually renew them and then remove them eventually?
The one to remove. The one eventually would possibly be removed from the property if it was granted by council to be able to put permanent residence on. That would be better for the property.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, and we don't have anybody registered to speak from the public, so we will then go to closing comments. I realize it's kind of perhaps awkward because you just finished, but if you have any closing comments, now would be the time.
I don't, thank you.
Okay, and we have a question from Councillor Alger.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I would disagree with the comments that you will not be chuck wagon racing forever. The Sutherland family is synonymous with chuck wagons, and that is forever. Thank you.
My son is a baseball player, so I'm hoping one day maybe we could just play baseball is my hope, but maybe it will be. My brother is still.
Okay, and Deputy Revol.
Thank you. So thank you for sharing your response to our planning director. And I just want to clarify that if we were able to, in this process, allow for one permanent, would be the one that you were asking for now, the larger footprint would be the additional permanent. And then the other smaller one that's closer to the home, that would be the temporary. Just wanted to clarify that if it was at all possible.
Yes, if it was possible, the one that's already, that's closer to my parents' house, the house on the property would stay as a temporary dwelling instead of removing it. And the Echo Shack would leave, and the replacement would be, if at all possible, a permanent residence.
Okay,
on the
thanks for
property.
clarifying that.
Okay, with that, we will go to the planner, Salmon. Any closing comments you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, one last time to council or administration. Any questions? Sorry, Councillor McHugh. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not really sure what to do with this question. So if I'm looking through the suggested motions, this is a site-specific amendment. The suggested motion is to allow for one additional dwelling unit. So I guess through the chair to the development officer, I guess we'll discuss it. Thanks.
Okay, with that, I will now close the public hearing. Thank you for coming. If you choose to, if you want to stay and watch council's deliberations and decision, you're certainly welcome to in the gallery in the back. You can also watch council's deliberations on the YouTube link. It's on the county website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified next week. Thank you very much and have a good day. we'll keep going. Okay. Council, why don't we deal with this while it is nice and fresh in our mind? Decision re Sutherland, page 20 of our agenda. Suggested motions or possible motions are on page 26 of our council agenda. This is in Council Division 7, I believe. Who would like to start us off? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the Development Authority, I guess I'll just, you were discussing the idea of like if we allow them both as temporary dwellings, that's not what the motion is here. It's to allow another dwelling unit on the 40-acre parcel. So did you want to expand on that a little bit more, where your thought process was going there? Is that another option? Is like, what would be the, it's not untypical. I have other parcels in Division 7 where there's more than one temporary home, temporary farm dwellings that exist. So that if we allow for 2 temporary dwellings here, is it because it's over the square footage that we wouldn't allow 2 temporaries?
Dr. Hemingway?
No, if I can, sir, it's because you're only allowed a single family home and 1 temporary mobile home or a secondary suite on a parcel under 80 acres in size. So most of the properties that you're thinking of in our vicinity are in excess of 80 acres in size, but there are certainly older, long ago development permits that have allowed for multiple temporary dwellings on parcels for mobile homes for farm help. Now, if council is supportive of the application, I would suggest amending the proposed motion to allow for 2 temporary dwellings, as opposed to just saying total of 3 dwelling units on the property. So you're specifying that they're temporary dwellings. If you wish, you could say that they're just 3 dwelling units, and eventually they could get replaced with actual single family homes in the future, if that's your preference. But to be specific, and temporary, as I said, they will have to continue to reapply for them, and they will be approved to reapply for them because the site-specific amendment allows for it. Typically, temporary is 6 years, in which case you need to make a new development permit application, and it can be refused. And it does allow for opportunities of appeal by the neighbors. But with a site-specific amendment, if you consider that, if you were specific of that being a discretionary use, then that would allow the development officer to continue to consider the development permit application after 6 years, potentially refuse it, or allow a neighbor to appeal it. So it just keeps the process the same and fair. But I would, unless Elliot's going to tell me wrong, because it gets complicated, but I would suggest amending the motion to specify that there's 2 temporary dwellings as discretionary uses on the subject property. And then the applicants can apply and we can approve them. And should the neighbors have a concern, they can appeal it, or the applicants can appeal a condition of the approval. Does that make sense, sir?
Back to you, Councillor McHugh.
Thanks for that. So it would, so what is the, so it's grace allowed by council to allow for 2 temporaries? That's the notion there? It's the grace of council to allow for 2 temporaries on 40.
Yes, you can, by site-specific amendment, allow it on this specific parcel to allow for 2 temporary mobile homes as my suggestion, a discretionary use. You can do it as a permitted use, but my suggestion is discretionary. And then we can move forward to process the applicant's application to change out their older mobile home with a newer one.
Okay, thanks for that. So when I look at this area, there's development to the north. If we get rid of an ATCO and get a newer unit in there, that would be a benefit. I'm looking at the access. There is no alternative for these 2 parcels for access. They can't come off of Highway 2A. The municipality is a part of the easement. Would at some point I don't know the complete history on this, but I just think that because the municipality, this is an assumption on my part, because the municipality is a party of it, it's recognized that due to the difficulties with highway number 2, you can't come out to number 2. So I don't know the whole history on this thing, but the fact that the municipality is a part of it and it accesses 2 parcels, I'm not concerned. That might also be better if it was the suggestion from administration on on 2 temporaries on the 40, just knowing the nature of the biz. Yes, it's in spring training season, it's a busy place and you need lots of help, and there's just no way around that. The municipality's always been supportive of wagon racing, and there is no one here. This has been circulated and there's no outcry from any neighbors. We'll acknowledge the Development Authority's comments on the number of horses. This is a highly visible spot. So yes, that is something that has to be continuously monitored, and I'm sure that the owners are aware of it. They also have to put up with semis going through the fence, and it's a high collision location, but there is no change in the traffic and use of this parcel as described by the applicant. That's what I got for now. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Deputy Reevil.
Thank you. There was mention of the additional dwelling for the temporary use, but also potentially the newer model as a permanent secondary suite type of a situation as a potential, although it's oversized. So I don't know if there's any appetite for that further discussion, perhaps for the councillor for the area. Was there any appetite to discuss that additional, if you want to say, permission, so there'd be less renewals required, and then the smaller one closer to the main dwelling continue to be a temporary that must be renewed. So just wondering if there's any appetite for that discussion and whether that's even possible on this current application.
Anybody else? I guess for myself, I don't have a problem with the application. I know we've allowed this in other locations. I know of at least a couple in my division where there are 2 temporary dwelling units on parcels quite a bit smaller than this even. So I'm just not sure about the idea of allowing permanent homes. I think that would perhaps open a bit of a can of worms, and I'm not sure we're quite ready to deal with that at this point in time. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And I was just going to say that I would actually speak in favor of the 2 permanent dwellings and 1 temporary, in that they wouldn't have to be coming here every 6 years to get renewals and yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The secondary suite idea is a little bit interesting, and I don't know what happens in the future if we replace the ATCO. You know, I look at the density to the north and the subdivisions in this area, and looking into the future, if you know, they move out of this area, I can see there being enough room to have the temporary dwelling number 2 taken out of that parcel as a 5 acre or 2 acre or whatever it be. So I don't know how you have that distance, a temporary. I don't know what happens when we have a parcel that subdivides and you have them that far apart, if it's considered a secondary suite. So like, we don't have a distance on our secondary suite bylaw, how close or far it needs to be located to the main residence, which I find extremely confusing. So secondary suite detached a half a mile away, interesting concept. Anyway, I don't know what to put with that. I actually like the site specific amendment to allow 2 temporaries dwellings to exist because things change in the future. And then that's having to reapply every 6 years. Yes, it's burdensome, but things also change. Kids grow up, people move on, and decisions are made and things change. So that's kind of the way I was leaning. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just echo what the applicant herself said, that, you know, they're not quite sure what is totally in the future, and they were happy with the, I think, the temporary designation of the two extra dwellings. And given the grandfathering in of this situation, I would be in support of what the applicant is asking for.
Okay, with that, are we ready for a motion? So options on page 26, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So I'll differ from the option provided and go with the site-specific amendment to allow 2 temporary dwellings on the 40 acres as a discretionary use.
Okay. So we got that motion. Everybody understands it? I don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, let's go to D2, miscellaneous planning items. Pushpal Hari, Cypress Land Services, Northeast 2321, 1 west of 5, request for time extension. Page 62 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Apologize for all the paper in your agenda. We thought it would be helpful for council to see the entirety of the application that went before council originally, which was where council granted concurrence to allow for a 38-meter monopole telecommunications tower in Councillor Alger's division on the northeast of 232101 west of the 5th Meridian, and that was August 10th, 2022. Just for the councillors that may not know, Foothills County as a municipal council is permitted to allow for indication of support or non-support for telecommunications infrastructure, but ultimately the decision is with the federal government. The federal government has a number of processes, and one of them is that if the construction of the telecommunications infrastructure is not completed within a 3-year time frame of the concurrence, then the applicant has to go through the process again, unless council, the municipal council, issues a time extension to that concurrence. So this is the request before you today, is the request for a time extension from the concurrence issued August 10th, 2022. The applicant has indicated the infrastructure will be constructed on or before October 30th, 2026. And there is a letter, of course, from the applicant in your agenda package, as well as all the information that was received originally in 2022. We have provided you with suggested motions of the language regarding support or non-support for the extension request. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you may have with respect to this application.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to council. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggled with this a little bit for 2 reasons. Number one is, are we still in the world of technology where we need to put towers every 5 to 10 miles? This one was approved in 2022 because of the need, and I think that technology has come a long ways since 2022. The other thing that I struggled with is the amount of residents that have moved into that area since 2022, and I speak specifically right across the road for, I believe, stage 4 of DeWinton Heights, where there is 2, 4, 6 new homes in there. The homes were moved in probably around the same time, but now they are all occupied, and those folks didn't have a say as to having a tower in their backyard. There's also a new home or two to the south. There's several homes to the west that have been built since 2022. Hamilton Heights is now has, I think, 4 or 5 homes being built there. This tower will be right in their direct view. And I would make a safe assumption that there's probably been 10 homes that have changed hands right in that direct area since 2022. So there's a lot of people that have not had their say having this tower put in this particular spot. And again, the technology has changed quite a bit since that time. So my feeling is that the proponent reinitiate consultation, and I would give you that motion to not support the extension request and come out with another application if they so choose to do so. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion, option 2 of non-support of the time extension request. Anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
Well, just to confirm through the chair of the Development Authority, that's if we refuse this, then is that what is suggested by Councillor Alger will just occur? Or do we need to, that's different than what Councillor Alger is proposing.
I couldn't hear you. There's something wrong with our mics on this side.
Are we?
To hear you and
Okay.
Councillor Estes.
The
Maybe turn your mic off.
the Councillor Alger's motions, I would say, is different than what is proposed.
So the motion is non-support of the time
Okay,
extension.
do we need to
request,
amend
right?
that to suggest that they reapply and reconsult?
Director Hemingway, can you?
They will have to do that should they wish to proceed, in which case there will be additional public consultation undertaken in accordance with the process in our land use bylaw, and a new application will come before council requesting concurrence again, if they choose to.
Which is written in the italics below the option 2.
Okay. So we have that motion for non-support of the time extension request. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, we have a few more things to finish in close. So if I would look for a motion to go into closed session at this time, Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Welcome back. It is just about lunch. So I'd look for a motion to break for lunch at this point in time. Councillor Callister, is that all in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you at 1. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing for JC Construction Management, Southwest 10, 21, 29, west of 4, redesignation Ag 2 CR. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. I'll lay out the procedures for the public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Following that, we will then go to the applicant and agent for their presentation or comments that they have. Following that, we will then go to any members of the public in the gallery or online for your comments and submissions to the public hearing today. Following that, we will then proceed to closing comments, first from the applicant and agent, and then back to the development officer. At each step of the process, we will give council and administration an opportunity to ask questions for clarity. With that, Planning Officer Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is from landowner JC Construction Management Limited, care of Jamie Creason, and is represented by Christy Bender of Township Planning and Design, Inc. The subject parcel, shown shaded in black, is located within Division 7, directly east of 32nd Street East and directly south of 314th Avenue East, approximately 800 meters southwest of Highway 2 and 1.6 kilometers east of Highway 2A. It is located along the north boundary of the town of Okotoks and is within the Foothills County and town of Okotoks intermunicipal development plan area. Excuse me. The application before you today is to redesignate a 46.54 acre parcel from agricultural to country residential to allow the future subdivision of 12 2.25 to 2.88 acre country residential lots. The application requests council's consideration for a density bonus as per the land use bylaw section 9.7 to allow for 3 additional lots than what is permitted, with an approximate 20% over dedication of municipal reserve lands within 2 municipal reserve lots equal to 9.71 acres. The application also considers a future boundary adjustment of the current panhandle for the DC 27 lands to the east to be consolidated into proposed lots 2, 3, and 4 respectively. The applicant has requested council to allow a density bonus as outlined in section 9.7 of the county's land use bylaw. The density bonus would permit the developer to increase the allowable density by 25% based on an overdedication of municipal reserves in the amount of 20%. With the boundary adjustment being considered to consolidate 1.929 acres into the 46.5 acre subject parcel, for a total of 48.469 acres. Reserves based on 20% would require the provision of a developable and contiguous municipal land reserve parcel equal to 9.69 acres. The application proposes 2 separate municipal reserve lots equal to 9.71 acres. A 25% density bonus would allow the application 12.12 new lots. It is important to note that density bonus incentives for municipal or school reserves in the county are intended to apply primarily to comprehensively planned residential developments where one contiguous developable parcel of land can be dedicated and may be considered. When considering if applications are suitable for density bonus, council is to consider the size, type, and design of the development, percentage of MR or school reserve lands proposed, site characteristics, the need for a school site, fire hall, recreation centers, or other amenities in the area, potential impact on surrounding areas, servicing capabilities, and any other consideration council deems appropriate. The subject lands, for the physiography, the subject lands gently slope towards the northeast with heavily treed areas due to a previous tree farm that I believe is no longer in operation. There is no existing development on the subject parcel. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing commercial approach along 32nd Street East. The business sign shown here in this photo has since been moved to the boundaries of the DC 27 parcel to the east. A 30-meter by 133-meter access right-of-way plan is currently registered over the length of the existing driveway to the adjacent property to the east. The application proposes to construct a 30-meter wide internal subdivision road extending from 32nd Street East that will terminate at two cul-de-sacs, one to the north and one to the south, constructed to county standards. All proposed country residential and municipal reserve parcels will be accessed from the internal subdivision road, which will be maintained by the county. This photo is taken facing east towards the DC 27 parcel. In the background, the two yellow lines approximately represent the north-south proposed cul-de-sac road locations, with proposed Lot 6 on the right and the proposed northern municipal reserve parcel on the left. The county's Public Works Department provided comments that the approaches within the north bulb are congested, recommended common approaches to be utilized, and that the north approach to the municipal reserve parcel is not acceptable at the intersection to 32nd Street and should be shifted east. The applicant should also confirm if common approaches are being proposed for lots within the southern cul-de-sac bulb. Public Works recommends the road for the east-west portion should be constructed to commercial specs. An advisory comment was provided by Public Works regarding a registered utility right-of-way that is currently located under the proposed internal roadway running east to west. And that continues down towards the southwest through proposed Lot 8, which may require relocation of utilities based on the proposed design. Regarding subdivision history in this quarter, in 1997, one 5.5 acre country residential first parcel out was approved as shown in green. In 2014, subdivision approval was granted to create one 5 acre country residential lot in the southwest corner of the quarter and one 69.0 acre agricultural lot with an 80 acre agricultural balance to the east. In 2025, subdivision was granted to create one 21.51 acre direct control number 27 parcel, highlighted in orange to allow for the home-based business type 3 known as Caban Landscaping, leaving a 46.54 acre agricultural balance being today's subject parcel. This application was circulated to all required provincial, municipal, and utility agencies. The county's Public Works Department requested that a high water table testing for foundation design, septic disposal evaluations, stormwater management plan, building envelopes, and a traffic impact memo are provided as conditions of subdivision, with additional comments as previously mentioned regarding the common approaches to be utilized. Municipal Parks and Recreation reviewed the plans and confirmed no concerns. Municipal Addressing provided comment that the change in access will require addresses to be updated to the 3 residents within the DC 27 parcel to the east. And due to the curvilinear nature of the roads, a council-approved road naming plan is required as condition of subdivision. Alberta Transportation provided no concerns or objections. The town of Okotoks provided a response with concern regarding impacts of incremental growth on the town of Okotoks and concerns with water servicing, requesting a hydrogeological report is completed by the applicant to confirm suitable capacity for functioning wells for all proposed lots. The application was circulated to area landowners within a half mile on February 4th and advertised in the February 11th and 18th issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel. One letter was submitted by the landowner's agent prior to submission of the staff report and has been included within Appendix C, and 4 letters were received after submission. And this concludes my presentation to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to council and administration. Any questions you have at this time? Seeing none, I will now go to the applicant and your agent. If you could start by introducing yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with any input or presentation you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bunder and I'm a planning consultant. With me today is the landowner, Jamie Creason, JC Construction Management. His wife and son are here also. Just wave to support them. I'm going to give you a presentation as I do, and it should be full screen here in a moment. Looks like that's close to full screen. Purpose of the application is to request amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate the subject parcel from agriculture to country residential to facilitate the creation of 12 new country residential lots and 2 municipal reserve lots. The application also revises the access to the Caban landscaping business from 314th Avenue to 32nd, as was discussed with council at the subdivision stage last year. This is a project that will be sold to local builders, so Cornerstone, Timber Creek, and Porchlight will be the local businesses building homes in this project. In terms of its context, the site is a vacant parcel and it is located contiguous to the northern boundary of the town of Okotoks. The land is surrounded by country residential land uses with some agricultural land uses to the east, an indoor and outdoor storage business to the west, and the landscaping business in the quarter. We are also in close proximity to the Foothills Country Hospice Society. We are bound by 32nd Street on the west and 314th Avenue on the north. We are only proposing access to 32nd. The lands are well connected to that road. In terms of a policy review, the municipal development plan was reviewed, and it directs new residential development to fragmented lands and identified growth areas in the form of clustered development and hamlet-style developments. I've tried to cluster this as best as possible. The MDP discourages residential development on unfragmented ag lands, and this quarter section is already fragmented. Country residential lots are traditional acreage lots, and the development of lands for country residential land usage should be directed to areas such as these. When this strange shaped parcel was created, council was of the opinion that agriculture had been tried on this land and was not successful. Council may recall agritourism, UPIC, JoJo's Kitchen, all the things that had been tried here. A number of agricultural activities have been tried and failed. In terms of additional policy review with the town of Okotoks, their municipal development plan has a phased and planned approach to development, and they have identified those areas in their MDP. So the number 1 is already done. You can see the condos popping up as you drive into town now. Number 2 has first reading. That's the Thunderstone area structure plan, is entirely commercial and industrial. First reading for that application is March 23rd. And number 3 is next. So number 3 has been purchased almost in its entirety by a development entity, and they are next. So we know that growth is coming to the north in Okotoks sooner than later. Additionally, when we looked at the municipal development plan in terms of what sort of development they see coming north, the majority is future residential with some mixed-use commercial nodes. So these are major activity centers or commercial activity centers, as they're called, within a residential community, intended to be walkable, high-density, mixed-use commercial areas with a high-density residential, as is targeted in their MDP. We also looked at the Central District and the growth management strategy. As council knows, the Central District is intended to be the growth engine for the county. This trend is expected to continue in the future, and the proposed development aligns with the direction for the Central District, accommodating increased development and intensification while maintaining rural character. And also, we had a look at the land use bylaw. We align with the country residential district sections as we're transitioning to that. And we did not see any incompatible land uses in the immediate area. In terms of the proposed site plan, the parcels range from 2.25 to 2.81 acres in size, and this will be accessed from an internal road. That parcel size is intentional because it does not allow livestock units. This is given the direct boundary condition with the urban neighbor to avoid conflicts. So I think we all know and are afraid of the pet my horsey, or I've seen people throw kids on horses just anywhere. And we know that that's a problem. So we're trying to preclude agriculture, knowing that we have an urban neighbor encroaching on the south. The two MR parcels will be 688 and 283 for a total of 9.71. I'll talk a little later about that MR, and it was kind of difficult given the shape of this parcel to do a contiguous MR. If that is council's direction, we can provide a revised site plan, but I do want to talk about why it looks this way. We also see compatibility with the landscaping business. We have a letter of support from the landscaping business operator. They have reduced their operations significantly, and they are central to that parcel and largely indoor. So we're not too concerned that we have conflicts with that. We also, as Ms. Smith had indicated, we are undertaking a boundary adjustment. When this was subdivided, at the subdivision stage, there was some conversation with council about perhaps they should be coming through 32nd instead and not 314. And so we are absorbing that panhandle, and Caban Landscaping will be coming off of 32nd. The standard of road that we will be using is the typical in country residential standard road, which is 30 meters wide with a 3-to-1 back slope ditch. And the culverts in the approaches, I know Public Works concern about clustering of approaches, and what we try to show is that there's enough frontage for individual approaches. If council directs that those be common or they prefer common, that's not a problem. We just want to show that we have enough frontage on each lot for an individual access. Public Works had directed that the pavement depth be revised potentially on the red rectangle on your screen in order to support the Caban business. However, this provides a commercial road at no charge or cost recovery to Caban. And this is really not required for the application that's before council. So we'd respectfully request that the 90s ACP standard be approved here. And typically what happens is our developers will do their first lift. So they'll do a 50 millimeter asphalt lift. And then once all the concrete trucks and truss trucks are in and out of there, they'll do the second lift. I don't think Caban's operating any heavy equipment that would damage this road. I think that's the assumption. I don't know that that's the fact anymore. In terms of the municipal reserve, a 40-meter buffer was intentionally maintained between Lot 1, which is the neighbor in the northwest corner. We've heard from this individual before about encroaching development, and we wanted to give him, enough room to operate and breathe. And I know his parcel is for sale presently, but we did want to respect his condition there. The municipal reserve parcel also preserves the existing vegetation and provides added rec space. I also wanted to have a very low density profile from 32nd. So the intention with the design is as you drive from the south to the north, you'll see the home on lot 2, which is the first parcel, the second parcel out of the quarter. You won't see the home on lot 8. It'll be kind of tucked behind the house on that existing house. You will see the home on lot 7 and lot 6, and that's all you'll see. You won't see into the cul-de-sac bulbs, and you only see into this from 314, and we don't have any access to 314. So the intention was to have a large interface with 32nd, a nice developable parcel for the county, but just given the weird shape, it was really hard to get it to be a comprehensively connected parcel. There's some really great forest in here that should be maintained and retained. It's really quite nice. We're going to lose some of it by virtue of the road construction, and we wanted to maintain it as just an amenity for the neighborhood. One of the questions we have, and there was nothing in the staff report about this, is there are currently some very healthy black currant bushes on that property. So some are hit and miss, but some are good. And we don't know if council would like those to remain on that MR lot. If they would, it would become an informal U-pick for the community. If not, they would be transplanted to Black Diamond, where a blackcurrant winery or fruit winery would use and continue to use the fruit. They go in and pick it now. So we're just needing some direction from council on that. In terms of the density bonus, the numbers are there for you, and Ms. Smith reviewed those numbers for you. This density bonus has been requested to increase the allowable density by 25% based on the overdedication of reserves. With that consolidation by boundary adjustment, we're eligible for 12.12 new lots. The density bonusing policy is set out in the land use bylaw. As Ms. Smith had indicated, it should be a contiguous parcel. If council desires that, we're going to have to do some reworking of this. I hope you can see how challenging that might be. From a professional planning perspective, additional country residential area in this development in this area stops ad hoc and incremental growth of the town of Okotoks north of their current boundary. The current city annexation is ad hoc and incremental. That's not what we want to see. The increase in density is acceptable due to its sharing an urban boundary, and groundwater use has no negative impact on the town, as the town lands are required to be serviced by piped water. Piped only eliminates the onus on available groundwater to support development adjacent to the town. If you can only develop on piped water in the town, then theoretically more groundwater should be available for lands to draw from aquifers, as town lands don't and cannot in order to support development. The size of the proposed parcels, as I'd mentioned, are within range of 2.25 to 281 and intentionally designed to reduce livestock or have any conflicts with livestock adjacent to an urban boundary. In terms of the architectural design, the design will take inspiration from the craftsman and mid-century modern, which we've seen throughout the county. The streetscape and architecture and fixtures will have a cohesive look and feel throughout this community, maintaining a rural character while facilitating a unique sense of place. That's really what we try to do with these projects. Architectural controls will be in place and registered on title, including additional details such as community standards, dark sky water conservation, dog control, trash litter pickup, and xeriscaping, which is essentially low water planting or drought tolerant species that are used for exterior landscaping. We had a look at the water well information, and in the southwest quarter, I've shown the results. The average water well depth is 173 feet. We're 27 feet to static water level by average. The average pump test is 6 imperial gallons per minute. The range of completion dates is 97 to 2016. And as the council can see, the static water level has remained rather consistent over time. There's been no dry holes and a very consistent return from this aquifer. We did a letter engagement for this project. We sent 93 letters out to area residents within proximity of this project. It was a multi-page letter describing in detail the project and the map and how to contact us with any questions. We received 1 phone call, and it was a positive one. And we also received 2 letters of support out of that process. In conclusion, Mr. Reeve, the proposed land use redesignation aligns with the surrounding context and policy direction for development in this area. The subject site is sensitively integrated into the existing and future residential development and is designed to reflect the existing character of the area. The municipal reserve is over-dedicated to compensate for the overdensity, but as I mentioned, very difficult to make contiguous. And additional studies such as PSTS, overland drainage, excuse me, lot plan and building envelope assessments will be as required. And the traffic memo likely will have us assess the turning movement off 32nd. I think that's the goal. And we're happy to do that at the subdivision stage. Before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Mr. Creason if he has anything he'd like to add. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I mean, we're here and we're excited to, explore this option here with you folks. And, I mean, we've kind of looked at the situation and, you know, we've had an opportunity to meet with the Colks and you know, see that they're, you know, they've had some struggles over the years over this parcel and you know, we were happy to, you know, step in and help them and you know, see which way we could take this opportunity. I currently live right across the street from this development in the Roland subdivision. I guess that's what we would call it. So just on 316. So, you know, my house is right beside this property. So I have a, you know, a large vested interest in making sure that this, you know, turns out well, becomes a beautiful community and, you know, kind of adds to the, you know, the beautiful environment which we live in at that area. So just wanted to let, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that. I'll go to council administration for any questions you may have. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant's agent on the MR adjacent to 32nd, the nice big MR lot. What possible, I guess, what are you seeing as a possible potential use for the municipality for that MR?
I'll just take a moment to put the site plan back up, if I may.
And I'll just frame that just a hair bit more, but like with our proximity to the town of Okotoks, there's a brand new high school, church, like all the amenities that we could possibly use that MR are pretty much all within a mile and a half.
Yeah, and those serve both Foothills and town residents, and you're correct. This is intended for rec space, park space, school space. If you leave the berries on, it's an informal U-pick. It provides some open space amenity, and it also results in a better perception of the development from the street. It doesn't look so dense, doesn't look so tight. It provides this, I would hope, connected linear park at some point. That's why we've tried to connect it as best we can. And I thought maybe cheekily I could put a connection here to the south to the town, but I have no idea what they're going to do. I think it's potentially a park space in future as the town continues to grow north, but it's really, I have no idea what the county would do with it. It's potentially a school site, but it would be a small school because it's only 5 acres, 6, 8. So that would be K-9 if we're lucky. Usually they like 10 acres. So I was hoping the county would tell me what they'd want to do with it. I hope that answers your question.
Anybody else? Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for your presentation and explaining a little bit about what's happening with the neighbors. I heard from you that you're essentially the landscaping business is more moving towards indoor. Does that mean that the snow removal has ceased?
Slow removal doesn't cease, but it's just trucks in and out. There's nothing going on for snow removal. There's no snow storage allowed on the property. They just bring their vehicles in and out and plow what they are contracted to do.
So are they able to do the work without a lot of backup beepers and things like that?
Yes, yeah.
So just in terms of the future lowering of conflict of land uses, I just wanted to kind of understand how that was functioning, just in terms of this becoming potentially the clustered country residential, and that there would be less conflict. So if the majority is indoor and that continues to operate, but it's done in a way that it's not producing the, direct neighbors would certainly not appreciate that amount of activity with that amount of noise. So I guess that was my chief question. And then obviously the approach would be satisfactory to everybody, including the landscaping business. And I see that you are eliminating the right of way, which was a concern during a previous application where there was the headlight sweep potentially going to the north, and that would have been not appreciated. So I see that you've incorporated that, and the one approach would be predominantly where the traffic and impact would occur.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further from council or administration? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the applicant's agent. Sorry, did you say you do have an alternate plan if council was not in favor of the overallotment?
No, I would take council's direction. So if council wasn't pleased with how this MR was set up and your direction was for a redesign, I would do my darndest to do that. But the best way to do it in actual fact would be to flip everything. So these lots here and this MR would make a contiguous MR parcel. We would put lots back in here and probably squish another one in here so we could make it work. It's just a matter of preference in terms of design and perception of open space. Because we have a house here, an RV storage business here, and you couldn't see this house because of this house. I thought we'd only see 2 from the road. If I revise this, it's likely we're going to see more from the road, and I just wanted to have it look and continue to look open through here.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So with that, we will go to members of the gallery. Everybody will be giving one opportunity to speak if you wish to speak, to provide your input to council's decision today. First on my list in the gallery, I have David Rupert. Would you like to speak today? Yeah, just come to the, you bet.
Okay, so how do I start this? I let you know where I live, or does it matter?
I'm sorry?
How do I start? Just,
Yeah, just tell us where you live and anything you'd like to share with us.
well, I have concerns about it. I met with the gentleman the other day, and he seems like a pretty decent guy, and he's got some good ideas about the area. And my concerns would be, to begin with, obviously traffic. But I'm concerned about 12 wells getting punched behind on my back fence line, pretty much. So, I mean, I believe it's a legitimate concern. I've lived in that area for 40 years. There's good water there. And if I get some H2S coming out of my well, who do I phone? RD. So that's one of my concerns. But I mean, you know, I would hate to see anything happen to anybody's wells in that area. Traffic, there's a lot of traffic on 32nd Street, and that would be an increase in traffic again. If Harry was here, Harry would say that highway's great, and it's made to have, 2,000 cars a minute to go down there. But when you live on that road, it drives everybody nuts, the amount of traffic that's happening. So we're going to add to that, of course. But development is inevitable, I suppose. It's too bad on the wildlife in the area because they're all getting run over. Privacy, our privacy is slowly being eroded. We all live out there for a reason. I mean, we're little acreage people. I mean, we bring our own infrastructure out, and we're quiet little people. And we just seem to be getting beat on daily by more development, which I suppose is inevitable. But it would be nice if it slowed down a little bit. Again, that's a lot of acreages in one area. I'm a little curious about this. Just kind of popped up as I was sitting here. This municipal area, which is on my back fence line. I mean, what would you put there? What's going to go there? My impression was it was going to be a park. So the developer has built this little buffer zone around, and I appreciate that, by the way. But I mean, if it's going to turn into a work yard for you guys, that diminishes the value of our properties, right? So can we not get an answer what's going to happen to that green space?
Yeah, you just throw that out there, and if the applicant chooses to answer it,
then
then
you
they
guys
certainly
figure it
can
out.
when it's their turn.
Okay, so that would be another one of the concerns. and back to the density again, okay? Actually, the developer came by my place the other night and we had a discussion. He seems to know what he's doing and he's done this stuff before. So that matters. It's not like they're gonna start selling all these acreages to people and the next thing you know, it takes a year and a half or two for a house to get built. Which, you know, we've probably all seen that at one point in our lives. So after talking with the gentleman, I'll support it. Like, you know, he's bringing in, my understanding again with our conversation, and he's bringing in a state home, so it's going to be a nice area. Excuse me. He's only selling to 3 builders, so that'll keep the quality of the development up. I think that's a great idea. What else do I have here? It's a good idea. Yeah, I believe the subdivision is probably not a bad idea for the area. I could always use more signatures for petitions. I think that's a plus. And I think I'd like to see the county support it, but with some traffic calming for the area, because you're going to have more people, right? Kids bicycle down that road, man. And we already had a school bus get a head on that street, right? So if we had some traffic calming for the new, you know, the new residents that are going to end up moving in to the subdivision, that I don't think that would hurt anybody's feelings. Maybe the people coming from Costco from South Calgary, but you know, it's our area, right? So we can kind of be like that. And you know, speed reduction would be kind of cool, down to 50, wouldn't kill anybody. And that's about it. So I appreciate your time, and I hope you consider, you know, some of our thoughts that people are going to say up here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Councillor Min? No, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next on my list, I have Rick and Rose Ragoto.
Good afternoon, Council. We live on the on the southwest corner of 314 and 32nd. So we're affected by this proposed development. I spoke with my neighbors immediately to the east and then again to the east again. So the 3 of us on 314 on the north side of 314. Now, as mentioned previously, this piece of property has been in question for quite a number of years now. We've resided there for over 30 years, along with my neighbors, and moved there for a reason. And that was, as David said, as a agricultural country space that we could enjoy without being overrun. Now, the land subject to this proposal is designated agriculture for clear and deliberate planning reasons, including the protection of protective farmland, to the support of agricultural activity and the preservation of rural character. In previous submissions to council over the years, I'll just take one application from 2001. Council at that point moved to say that the history of the quarter section shown it shows that it's always supported agricultural ventures and has proven to be agriculturally protective quarter section. Council is of the opinion that this is a premature conversion of good agricultural land, in that much of the surrounding area remains agriculturally productive. The municipal development plan encouraged preservation of agricultural usage. As mentioned previously by the proposed development, they spoke of black currant bushes that are no problems with them. They were going to give them to somebody else, meaning that there is agriculturally, there is something on the land presently. When we moved, there was a grass turf development or farm that was stripping the grass off and, or the turf off and selling it prior to the landowners that came in and turned that into an agricultural area. Huge concern for myself and for our existing neighbors is water supply. With development continually coming in, one of the submissions that in a previous proposal, the landowners at that point in time said, yes, we will go ahead with what we're doing. However, we will confine our water to one resource and we'll bring water in from Okotoks. That proposal was turned down by council as well. Water is a serious unresolved issue. We've got neighbors, my neighbor immediately to the north. You will have a letter from them. Reworked the well in 2008, then in 2020, had to drill an entirely new well to secure sufficient water. They collect water. They've got, oh gosh, I'm saying at least a dozen tubs that they collect water with to water their garden. And it's the well water is used only for household. There's only 2 people living in the house. Adjacent to them, same thing, and you'll have a letter from them as recent of 2025. Our well was contaminated due to surface runoff, and this would be the road that was put in on the east side of the proposed development into the back side of the landscape business. The well was contaminated and required to be shocked at substantial cost. And contamination of the well had also occurred on 2 other occasions from surface runoff from that property, understanding that that proposed property is at a higher elevation than we sit on 314. Because it's higher, we look at septic. We look at environmental risks. With increased housing density, we increase the risk of septic system failures. And it really doesn't matter what you put in. If there is a failure, it will affect the water systems throughout that area. We talk about loss of rural character and privacy, as mentioned by the proposed development. We won't see anything from 32nd. We'll only be able to see it from 314, which means when I look out my front door, that's what I will see. That's what my neighbors will see. People driving down 32nd, they won't see it. Dave already talked about traffic and road safety. We talk about noise, additional light pollution. We talked about wildlife. There are moose, there's deer, there's coyotes. We've got 2 fox that run through our backyard on a continuous basis. We've got pheasants. We've got all kinds of animals around there, which will be jeopardized if this goes through. We talk about infrastructure and service capacity, additional housing places, pressure on emergency services, schools, waste collection, utilities. And we look at property values and how is that going to affect us with our property value and property taxes in the future. So we look at all of this and we go back and back to the a comment that was made out of the Western Wheel at one time. I'll just find it here. In spite of conflicting evidence to the contrary, council said it believed the parcel was capable of sustaining an agricultural operation and should not become a residential development. And so to sum up, for the reasons outlined that we spoke earlier, this proposed development contravenes existing zoning and rural land protection objectives. It threatens water security, environmental quality, and biodiversity. It increases runoff risks, potential contamination of neighboring lands and water supplies. It poses safety concerns and strains to local infrastructure, and it undermines long-term strategic planning and community amenity. In light of these conditions, we respectively urge the planning authority to refuse this application uphold the integrity of the agricultural district zoning in order to protect agricultural land, rural character, and long-term interests of the wider community. With that, we thank you for your time and serious consideration as to what was presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from Councillor? Oh, we have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Rigoto. We'll go first to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the concerned resident. Sorry, that article is from what year?
2001.
2001, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you happen to know, it's kind of not related to your presentation, but I forgot to ask it previously, who farms the hay, looks like hayland to the east of this development?
To the east?
Yeah.
Dave, you might know that?
Yeah, if you don't know, that's
fine.
I'm not familiar with that.
That's okay. I
But
was just,
you know, to the south side, that's all Miller's land, all from that on the Okotoks boundary all the way into Okotoks. That's all Miller's all through there. That is all agricultural. It's all, if you're out there, you'll just see nothing but fields and I think they pull oats and wheat off. Or canola is what they're pulling off all that land.
thank you. I just was curious if you knew. Thanks.
okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Rigoto.
Thank you.
That does conclude my list. Is there anybody else in the gallery that wishes to speak to this application today? I don't see anybody, so we will go back to the applicant and your agent for closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will first address Mr. Rupert. The MR is by law allowed to host a park, a recreation facility, or a school site. In this case, the interest is park, and we know what it'll cost us actually to take the berries off. So if that's what council wants us to do, that's not a problem. We've investigated that. I just need direction from it. If I was to revise this site plan, I would have no option but to put lots against Mr. Rupert's property. And that was what I was trying to avoid. I've heard him on many, many occasions talk about his investment and his interest in the community and the things that concern him. So it was intentional to design it the way we did and locate it the way we did in order to protect Mr. Rupert and address a number of his concerns. I know that there is a three-way stop on 314 and 32nd at this location. So people aren't like ripping through there because you have to stop here. I've seen people rip through there and miss the stop sign for sure. But there is a stop controlled intersection there. People I know from Calgary going to Costco or taking Highway 7 or 338, they have no idea that this 32nd Street shortcut exists and don't use it as far as I know. But the traffic, I'm going to suggest the traffic split from this development is going to be 50% north and 50% south. I think some people will live and work in Okotoks and some people will live and work in the county or the city in this project. I just don't see it. That's 30-second all day long, every day, all the time. I think the traffic memo suggested by Public Works is a good idea. This will give us an opportunity to craft an intersection design that works for this location. And 32nd is designed to handle that traffic. Urban development in this area is simply coming. Wildlife has managed to move through a bunch of country residential parcels to get to this one, and they will continue to do so. If anything, they persist. I will now talk about Mr. Ruggiero's letter. With regard to water, the aquifers here are showing really good results. The Cabin Landscaping has a dugout that remains full because of the surface water, and that utility right-of-way is a water line. So we have enough water for the business. There's enough water for the development. As I'd mentioned, the town of Okotoks does not use groundwater. And as such, theoretically, as we know how the groundwater was calculated way back when, there should be enough water in that aquifer to support this. Now, we do have to prove water, and our next step would be to do that. We would prove drill on each lot. We have to prove that there's enough water to support the Water Act requirement, which is 1,250 meters cubed annually for a house, without adverse effect on existing and adjacent groundwater users. And a professional engineer has to prepare that report. It's called a hydrology report. And the hydrology report needs to be submitted for each and every lot. Town of Okotoks wants a hydrology report. They will get 12. That's how this works. Additionally, council may recall a few years ago, maybe a couple of years ago, we did a 12-lotter in just off 552 for the Balson project, you may remember. And there were similar concerns with regard to septic and high water table and potential contamination. And what we talked about at that time was a level 4 PSTS test. And I described to council what that was. And what it does is it takes into account a wider range of factors, and it accounts for the number of septic fields in the area in the design, which is a little different than what council is asking for on the lot level PSTS, because that's one lot and one design. And what the level 4 does is it looks at everything in the area and the topography and the depths and how these septic fields are built, and makes recommendations based on existing numbers of septic fields, the rates that they were installed at, and basically suggests that those septic fields be designed in a specific way based on the number that are in the area. So this is one of those occasions where I think a level 4 might be a better solution than just the lot level PSTS. It just gives you more information, and I think would provide a satisfactory level of comfort to council. The surface water runoff, as we know, council requires us to do a lot level stormwater management plan, and basically what that involves is determining essentially an average square footage for a house and an average driveway length and width for an impervious site coverage determination. And then that impervious site coverage is calculated in terms of an on-lot water depression. So we'll put a bioswale in, and we'll put a grade change in to hold that 1 to 100 on the property. We are not allowed to release anything that is not already released today naturally. We cannot increase runoff rates as a result of developments. We're required to impound any additional runoff on the property. And the fact that the county has big ditches in their designs, and we have good engineers, and we have these checks and balances at the country residential subdivision stage, I think that those concerns can be alleviated. Now, one of the comments was precedent with density. And I know that council doesn't love over-density applications, but I have been successful in getting them adjacent to urban boundaries. And because this one is right adjacent to the town of Okotoks, and we're trying to be forward-looking in terms of having a smaller parcel with no livestock in order to stop this incremental growth by the town northward. The reason that I didn't go with 5s is if you're familiar with East Springbank, which is now in the city of Calgary, it is now Aspen Woods and Elvedon. They are redeveloped primarily into townhouse row house products at 12 to 23 UPA. So to say the 5-acre parcels will be fine, no, they're going to get redeveloped. Just look at that east side of town in the city of Calgary. They've taken all of the homesteads out on every 5-acre parcel and redeveloped them. So to say like that's an appropriate parcel size for here, I would disagree. 2.5 is much more difficult to redevelop to an urban standard. And that's why I decided to go higher density here to stop them, and a smaller parcel size. But again, some thoughts in design as to how this would look from 32nd, understanding the nature of the community. Being primarily country residential, not agriculture. You can just see that by the map. I think that's about all. I know that both gentlemen had expressed some concern about their loss of privacy, but I mean, that's gonna come with this town growing the way that it is and as fast as it is. It's just when you sleep next to an elephant, you're going to feel it move, and that's what's happening here. So we're simply trying to make an application that makes sense for this area, that isn't like totally disruptive or different. It's just a different parcel size and a different density, and I think it's justifiable given this location. I'm certainly willing to take council's direction on that. Is there anything I missed, Jamie, that you think of?
I don't think
Do you have anything you'd like to add?
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the planning agent. You mentioned that if this wasn't to go through, that these lots would be on Mr. Rupert's back door. Could you please elaborate what you meant by that?
Yes, I can. So in the design stage, we looked at this a number of ways because we understand the requirement for contiguous MR. The problem I have though is I have this little outlier here. And in order to make a more comprehensive, significant MR parcel, I would essentially have to take these 3 lots and make them the MR parcel, make this a parcel and take 2 out of here. And then this would I'd make this wider. I'd get rid of this entirely. So I think that's the only way to do it. And if you think like the numbers, this is 3, 6, 9, right? So council wants a 9-acre block. If they want a 9-acre block, it's right here. Then I'm going to have to work on getting this to work here and getting 2 back here. And that's what I'm saying. We'd have to flip the open spaces and readjust some things to get a contiguous parcel.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant, let's address the black currants. Black currants are just on the MR to the south, the smaller MR. You're not asking about, there's no black currants left living on the larger MR?
No, actually, you've got it backwards. The smaller MR is heavily treed.
Oh, okay.
And the larger MR is full of black currant.
Okay, so those are black currants in the front MR.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's go to over density. So if I'm counting this thing up right, including the 2 MR parcels, we would have 17 on this half of the 80, which would put you 1 lot over. So when I'm thinking about this, the losers, the DC 27 that would be left at 19, then with 17, you'd be 1 over, but it limits the DC 27 really if the density becomes a question. Have I got that all right? Have I summarized that correctly?
Yeah, I think what you're suggesting is we're begging and borrowing and stealing density from the DC 27. However, that land use is in place with 3 different development permits and is established as a business with the DC 27 home-based business use. If it were to be revised, it would require a public hearing and some consideration of council. I don't think that is the aspiration of the Colks, and the Colks have supported this application in writing. I don't think that they're concerned that they are perhaps potentially jeopardizing future density for themselves here.
Okay, thanks for that. So the black currant question, I don't know how to get any more clarity on that. Like, it would kind of be, I don't even know what to say. Thanks.
I just felt that perhaps Parks or your ag fieldman might have something to say about it. If council wants it out of there, we get him out of there. It's $4,000 to get him out. That's just, it's kind of a neat thing. It's kind of an interesting opportunity. It could be a community place, but
We've talked to the black currant.
You could just get closer to the mic, sorry.
Yeah, we've talked to the black currant people in, who currently, or not currently, they were trying to harvest it this past year after we had purchased it. They use it for their wines. I guess they have a black currant wine that they do. They came in, looked it all over. 3/4 of it is dead. A lot of it is just, unharvestable kind of, there's not a lot there, per se. So anyways, and then they asked if they could harvest the plants that were alive, to take them back home.
and it just wasn't picked up in the staff report. So I just wanted to close that loop.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will go back to the planning officer Smith for any closing comments you have.
No further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last time, council and administration for any questions. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I see Director Kruger is on, and I just wondered if we could go through the chair to Deputy Director Kruger to speak to the Public Works request for a higher road standard on 32nd. Or sorry, on on the road coming in off of 32nd Street, the rationale for that request from Public Works.
Okay, Director Kruger, if you can answer that, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair to the floor to Councillor McHugh.
Oh,
That
you're
parcel,
muted or something, you're not coming through.
can you hear me?
Yeah, it shows that you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
I'll come upstairs.
Okay. We got that message. While he was walking up the stairs, did Councillor Min have any other questions? We will sit here and look at each other awkwardly then while he comes up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for the technical difficulties. That property there is, I believe it's a major home occupation business with intensive ag use. We just felt it's hard to predict what kind of traffic you see on there. Not sure if a 90 mil road, subdivision road, would hold up. That's why we felt the 130 mil would be more acceptable there.
Okay. If you have a follow-up, go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chair to Director Kruger. So to just understand this, the applicant is saying that a 90 should suffice, and the recommendation from Public Works was 130. We're speaking mils, so I'm all in the same. Okay, thank you for that. So, and just for my own clarity, if this was okay, so this is an internal subdivision road, which is why we can go to 90. If this was a road allowance, you would be asking for 130. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, on the roll-ons, it'd still be 90. It depends on the type of road. So if you look at our typical haul roads that are paved, what we call the Lafarge Haul Road is one of them south of town here. Those are typically built to a commercial business spec, which is the 130. It basically gives you an unbanned surface to travel on.
Okay, so this would be 90 mils, but that's still chip seal.
It would be ACP paved.
Paved. Okay, thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. And just a quick question to Deputy Kruger. You have in here a traffic impact memo. Could you please describe or tell me what the difference between that and an assessment? And would that be done on 32nd Street? Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Estes. We leaned on ATEC, I guess, standards for that. So their memo is more suitable for a development like this. It's not your full-blown traffic impact assessment. However, it will look at 32nd Street East, what's proposed with this development, the existing traffic, and what intersection upgrades or would be suitable for that proposed location.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I don't see anything further, so I will close the public hearing at this time. Should you wish to view council's deliberations on this hearing, you are welcome to remain in the gallery or watch the live stream meeting, which can be found on the county's YouTube link. Otherwise, a decision will be sent once the minutes have been ratified next week to anyone who is registered for this hearing. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. We're good to stay in this meeting? Okay, so why don't we just proceed with this while it is fresh in our mind? JC Construction Management redesignation Ag 2 CR. So this is in Division 7. Who would like to start us off this afternoon in this discussion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess when we look back to the one concerned resident mentioned the year 2001. At that point, it was just a first out parcel, just 5 acres in the northwest corner was out. In 2014, it got amended, fragmented into 2/8, and another 5 was taken out. So there was a little bit of a change in the quarter in 2014 where it was largely unfragmented and then became a 4-acre parcel in 2014. This balance between country living and country residential, like, you know, at the end of the day, country residential is an oxymoron to me because it's either country or it's residential. But so anyway, we have this thing called country residential. We've got 20 lots to the north and the wildlife is flourishing as described by the concerned residents. When you look at the water in the area, that's a tough one because, you know, we're all a part of the Foothills has been a big backer of the country hospice in the town of Okotoks. And if you're familiar with that story, the water kitty corner there was an extremely tough deal for them to get a water well established that would meet commercial standards to provide for the hospice. Unfortunately, as a municipal councillor, water is the purview of the province and not within our purview. That is not to say that we don't recognize that water is a concern. And the brutal answer is I don't have a solution for what happens if all of the municipality loses all of its water wells in the municipality. This is a common thing that we hear, and I guess it has to. My suggestion is lobby the provincial government because it is outside of the municipal purview. It's not in our wheelhouse, but I acknowledge the concern. The 32nd Street stop sign at 314th. There's flashing lights. There's been all sorts of things done to try to slow the traffic down on 32nd Street. I think there's been some success. By law, that is the number 2, number 3 road in the municipality for handing out speeding tickets. I can't see how 12 residents, if we use Watt's standard of 0.7 during peak hours, that would be 14 more vehicles. We don't really, I think there's some councillors in here that don't agree with that. If we go with 2 to 3 vehicles, it's going to add, well, in addition to the DC 27, but with these 12 lots, it would be another 36 cars a day onto the road. Black currants. I have no direction on the black currants. I think if I was to comment on black currants, it would be worthy to go in and mow out the dead ones when everything is alive and leave the ones that are still living. I have no idea. I know black currants are kind of finicky, and I just do not know how they are going to transplant from here to out west. That's what I got for the moment.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the chair. My thoughts are just looking at the lots in and around there. They average from 4.23 up to 11 acres. I'm just not sure that these ones being of this size and needing the extra wells really fits with the other sized acreages.
Okay, anybody else? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I appreciate the explanations and the questions that were posed by the citizens, but also the future thinking of the size of the lots in terms of the redevelopment that could occur there, which would then give this development a longer lifespan if it was developed at the sizes that are proposed. And I'm just really understanding we're directly on the border of the town of Okotoks. And if you look on the border of the town of Okotoks and you just look around on the other sides, you'll see the smaller lots are definitely filling in as well, and they're throughout the area. And it'd be like a transition from the city densities to the open larger lots. So it'd be again, you have quite a mix here as well. So you're kind of clustering some of the development, and then you have the open spaces as well related to the larger parcel, which likely wouldn't be given the density unless there was some change, which could happen that we wouldn't foresee that there'd be a change where something more dense may fit in there later. But the redevelopment of the other lots would probably be more protected in that sense. And then at this point, there is no servicing, and we know servicing is a big deal there, and even to service within the town is it's already been claimed. So it is a solution to do something that's a little bit more modest compared to what it could be if it was taken over, annexed, or other higher density. And it does make a transition from the very dense, lower, busy town approach to what is essentially north. And I know it's hard. It's very hard to see a change at all, but I think the compromise on the land is the business is scaled back, and that was what had really impacted the neighbors. And the road would have to be brought up to a standard where the road wouldn't be damaged. And then the internal roads probably don't need to be as a higher of a standard. I don't know if there was a mix between the two, or if you can even do two different lift depths, and whether that would be a conflict. But I just see it as a transition to what is there already, and there's quite a mixed use in the area. So if you bought into it, you would know what you're getting into. You would see what was already in the location. But I do respect the concerns that everybody did bring forward, but I also feel this is right on the border of the town, and the impact to having residential compared to having a highly operational business, scaling that business down somewhat has, I think, been appropriate, and to take the approach off of 314th Avenue and just only have the approach on 32nd Street. Just a few comments. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments. Number one, people somehow think that animals and wildlife are not affected and they're just going to adapt. I just always will beg to differ with that opinion, because animals do get squished out and they do get impacted. So that's one comment. Second comment is the town of Okotoks has expressed some concerns, which I have to take into consideration. It is right on their border, and it is a funny little triangle there between the 2A and the 2, or sorry, between 32nd and the 2. So I think just the logistics of that little triangle there can prove to be problematic, because you've got some kind of bottleneck somewhere. So I appreciate what the town is saying in general, but just in terms of the design of that little triangle. They're also saying that the water servicing, the water well drilling reports are over 25 years old, and that they are stating unequivocally that they will not rescue this development if water issues occur. Having a little bit of experience with direct control businesses and how they impact residential developments, especially, this is sort of backwards. Usually it's sort of, in my experience, it happens where the residences are there and somebody gets approval to get a direct control business. And all of a sudden, there's this conflict between a home business, and this is sort of the opposite, where I do not believe that the people buying into this would know what they were getting into. They would just think, oh, I'm getting a nice lot here. This is great. And they're not realizing that they're beside quite a bit of activity. I think it's just setting up a big, big problem there for those 12 lots or however many are desired. But I just think that is a big conflict of interest, and it would cause big conflict with the residents and the business and the peace officers or bylaw officers or development officers, whoever gets called out. It's still agricultural land. Those blackcurrant bushes could be roundup and plowed under, and if this looks like a hayfield directly to the east, so I'm not sure why it couldn't be converted back into a hayfield. But that's just me as an agricultural perspective. Every land is still viable as agriculture. If we become responsible for those current bushes, as we are for trees in these little developments, yeah, I'm not so sure that they'd be easy to maintain and manage. There'd be a lot of weeding and maybe unsightliness. I'm not so sure. Anyways, those are just some of my concerns as well.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, and thank you for all the comments everyone's sharing. I just want to draw everybody's attention to page 45 of our staff report. It gives a really good picture of what's in the area and what likely is happening around the town, and typically where development grows, where people want to be close to servicing. And just remember, the size of this lot is way bigger than a lot in town. And to many people, these lots and the ones in the area would be what they consider country living, and would still afford opportunity for movement of creatures and more space for all the activities that landowners would like to do. So I feel like it is an area that typically is the type of development we see and have supported in the past, which is development next to the really dense development is country residential, and gives us really nice housing opportunity, a nice product that people like to have. They like to have choices for different types of homes and sizes of lots. So this would certainly give that opportunity. And as far as maintaining agriculture right next to the border of a busy town, it is really difficult to keep that viable. And I do respect your opinion on protecting agricultural land, but I do see that it is a challenge in that area, and the owners have tried to keep an operation there. So there has been an attempt to do so. So I see that a mix in this area, a mix of business and a mix of country residential lots is really the configuration that we see. And it seems to be somewhat successful in the area. And I think it is still a fitting location. So I just wanted to have a view of that map to see how that is. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and from the chair to the floor. The speed on 32nd Street was mentioned earlier. It's, I believe all of 32nd Street is 60 kilometers an hour as it is. So, and as it was mentioned before, it's patrolled regularly. I look at what's proposed here and what's across the street, north to the west, to the north. And as was said, all around, basically it's a pretty close fit to what's already there existing. So those are my thoughts.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you just take a look at the 3 direct controls in that near vicinity, the small one we're talking about, the one a little bit to the northwest, and then the one directly west of 2A, other than the 4 lots west of the direct control 14, there is really not a similar density of residential units directly adjacent to a direct control. And therein lies the difference. When you have the buffer between density, that's a difference. When you have residences right up against a direct control, I'm telling you, it changes everything.
Okay. Certainly hearing mixed. Would anybody like to start us with Councillor Estes or Director Hemingway?
Providing council with any direction, I'm sorry, but a couple of points I'd like to make. Just in relation to some of the things we've heard this afternoon. I don't believe there's any threat of annexation by the town of Okotoks of these parcels in the future, whether they're 5 acres in size or 2.5 acres in size. It's very, very difficult for urban municipalities to redevelop country residential subdivisions. They don't tend to do that anymore. In the Aspen Woods areas, they've tried it once and it's been a disastrous failure. So, I mean, it'd be extremely rare to even contemplate that annexation would occur of existing country residential development, and it would be many, many, many years in the future. I don't think it would happen. The other thing I just wanted to point out is that the density bonusing aspect in the land use bylaw in 9.7 is intended for the development of a school site or a recreational facility or a fire hall, something that needs a larger parcel where sometimes 10% of the land just simply isn't sufficient. So not only does that parcel need to be contiguous, council needs to want to have that land for such a use. And I don't believe there's a need or a desire for a school that wouldn't be serviced right adjacent to the town of Okotoks, where there's schools being developed right across the road that are serviced. Same with a recreational facility. We have participated in the capital costs associated with the town of Okotoks' recreational facility. We don't want to duplicate that just outside the border where they're not serviceable. So my language to council is that if you are considering an overdensity application, that is your purview to do, but I wouldn't suggest the density bonusing component has been satisfied, as the parcels are not contiguous and they're frankly not usable as per the 9.7 policy that we have in our land use bylaw.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion? Now all of a sudden, Councillor Kendall.
I just had one more comment. Yeah, just regarding, we've heard previous complaints in these kinds of situations where, you've got the pumper truck, coming to pump out septics, and that is even an issue for some people. And if you're going to be sharing a driveway with a home-based business, and I just don't see how the septic pump out systems are going to work there either. I'm presuming they're going to be on the back of the lots, so not so sure about that aspect, the practicality either of that.
Deputy Revol.
Sure, I'm not sure where this is going, but I wonder, would there be an appetite for a little bit larger lots as opposed to this size of lots? I'm not sure where this is going, so just for discussion purposes to just raise that point.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, that's where I was going to. As far as overdensity goes, if the MRs stay MRs, then we are if the one MR in the south, if the municipality was ever to sell that, then there would be another additional house. I like the thought of the bigger MR staying as a potential park area. If it's never built out, then we end up being one over density, if I've got that right. So I don't know what to say. I like the idea of the bigger MR for a potential recreational area. I don't see it being big enough for a school or anything like that. I do see it big enough for potentially a sports field or a park area. Once, or maybe we mow out the old black currants and the live ones live and it's a bit of a garden area. I don't know. I was all ready to make the motion and then the Development Authority brought back the question of the MRs not being contingent. So I'm at a loss looking for more conversation on what to do with the MRs and or revise and make the parcels bigger. But I am agreeing with the applicant that that nice big MR along 32nd Street does have some potential as a park area.
Okay, and I guess just my thoughts on it. I think it serves a good purpose as is. It's fruit production is valuable agriculture. If they choose to do that or some other type of agriculture, it works just fine. Parcel as it is. If we do go forward in terms of the MR, I really don't like the layout of the MR. I think there should be designated lots that are sellable that can be used so that we have that funds for buying school properties or other municipal needs as time goes on. And yes, it can always be subdivided and dealt with at a later point. But when we're talking about maximum density or even over density, I think those should be carved out as separate lots now rather than potentially at a later date. So, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And my last thoughts are, I do like the MR, but more just left as a natural area. Because I'm thinking like whatever, if we turn it into a park, then you have to have parking available for people to come and park there. I do would prefer to see the larger lots, only having looked in the area and the lot sizes run from 4 acres up to 11. So I think it would sit better as a transition. And further to that, Okotoks again has said that they will not supply water. So we put in 12 lots there and 3 or 4 have no water. What then? So those are just my thoughts.
Okay. I would look for a motion to move this one way or another. Test it and see. Councillor McHugh.
Through the chair to the Development Authority. So if we ask for a redraw to come back with bigger lots, we would be looking to end up with a total of 11 at bigger acreages.
Sir, my understanding is 9 is the maximum density.
Oh, 13, 14. 17.
Okay, who's going to give us a motion? No need to be scared. Deputy Revol.
All right, I'll put something out there and we'll see how it lands. I would be in favor of a redraw with the 9 lots, so we're just not over density. And we would see a configuration with what is proposed back to us as a redraw with not over density. And was there anything else that, the rest of it would all come in at that point, I guess. Is there anything else that would need to be in that motion? Let me just go to the motion that's proposed here. Development have any suggestions?
I'll go to Director Hemingway.
Council can table the application and request a revised site plan illustrating a maximum density subdivision for your consideration. And when we brought that back to you, we would have done sort of a recirculation of internal departments to see if any comments have changed, and we would provide you with the suggested list of conditions. I'm speaking specifically about the public works requirements for upgrading of that internal road. Maybe that would change. It's hard for us to provide conditions until we're looking at a subdivision plan. But you know, that could either be a first reading or that could be a tabling motion, requesting a revision, site plan revision, but without conditions until council approves the plan.
So my motion would be for first reading, but it would be contingent upon the internal circulation and redraw coming back to council for consideration of a density application, not an over-density application. Thank you.
So that would be a additional condition added in
First reading with,
for,
first reading with the requesting a revised site plan, further conditions upon acceptance of the revised site plan.
is that
Yes,
correct?
that's
Okay.
what I would like to put forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading with that additional condition put forward regarding a revised site plan. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in favor of the motion. Just speaking to the access road, sitting through the development permit process for that DC 27, it's been made perfectly clear that there is not there's not to be tandem gravel trucks, etc., going in on that road, maybe for delivery occasionally, but all the K-bend trucks at that development permit hearing, they did not have any tandems or tandem gravel trucks for their use. So I don't see it as a commercial haul coming in and out of K-bend. And I'll just throw that in as to that is what was in that development permit application for DC 27. Thanks.
Okay, so we have the motion, first reading with that additional condition of redraw. I don't see anybody else, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, accounts. I trust we've had a chance, those on accounts today. Any questions or a motion? Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just hang on a second. I gotta find I only had one question, but just gotta find my accounts. You can come back to me.
Come back to you.
I can't find my paper.
Are we good to approve the accounts and then we can get that detail as you're ready?
Hang on.
Or did you
Oh.
want to? Okay.
Just one quick question. Am I still on?
Go ahead. Yep.
My turn. EFT 031511 for $3,675 was for 2 wastewater tests for Heritage Heights School and Red Deer Lake School, but it's a monthly bill. I don't recall ever seeing this one before. I'm just, is this something we do every month for 2 schools?
Just getting that answer. But
Sure. Yeah, and both of these are requirements for mainly for the schools. We would have a contribution to Heritage Heights based on the Scott Seaman Sports Rink usage only, and then we'd share the cost with the other two schools on the site. This is a regular maintenance program on the wastewater facilities for each of those public facilities that is required. It's a weekly maintenance fee, but it's
Weekly fee,
invoiced monthly.
invoice monthly. Okay, I've just never seen it before, so. Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Okay, Councillor Alger, was that a motion from you then to approve accounts?
I will give you the motion to approve the accounts. Thank you.
Okay, so we got that. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's look at minutes. Trustee Bell had a chance to look at them. Any questions, comments, or a motion? Minutes? Did anybody look at the minutes? Okay, so a motion to approve minutes from Councillor Estes. All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to committee reports. Councillor Kendall, are you ready to start us?
Yes, I can start. So on February 19th, we had the Foothills Cemetery Zoom call. A lot of good discussion about the design issues out there and yeah, just land use in general about cemeteries. I think they are looking for a board member, so just throw that out there if they still are, if anybody's interested. On the 20th, I attended a Zoom call for the Climate Caucus. Kind of a, how do you make municipal buildings healthier? I wasn't able to stay for all of it, but got a good idea of what they're trying to do there. Just the health of, there was a doctor there who's speaking about the importance of keeping buildings healthy with, you know, wildfire smoke and all the things and heat and whatnot. On, let's see, the 23rd, I had a meeting with MRAS people at the hall, the racetrack hall. They wanted to meet with me and just kind of get me up to speed on what's happening there. Then yesterday, the 24th, we had our meeting with the Foothills School Division, kind of learned their initiatives and just things to keep in mind with our involvement with them. So food for thought. And I also had the opportunity to go to Councillor Callister's open house at the Scott Seaman Arena. Never been there before. And John had a full house. So it was a great discussion about all the current issues in Division 6. Thank you.
Councillor Callister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 19th, I had a meeting at the Foothills Okotoks Recreational Fieldhouse, where we went over naming sponsorship and future costs for the field house. It was a good meeting. On the 24th, went to Foothills School Division partnership meeting. Quite informative about what our school divisions got going forward and partnership with Foothills County. And then later, as was mentioned by Councillor Kendall, had an open house last night with residents. Had about 75 or 80 residents come to it. It was a very good discussion. And I want to put a shout out to Sean Murphy and his staff at the Scott Seaman Sports Rink for hosting us. And what a wonderfully kept facility that is. That's all I have for now.
Councillor Alger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking back here. I think the only one I had was yesterday that we attended the Foothill School Division and had our annual meeting with them. Quite enjoyed that group, and nice to see some new faces in the trustee world. I was just telling Miss Hemingway I was a little disgruntled that one of the new trustees graduated with my son, so I had the old age-itis kick in for just a moment there. Made me feel bad. And then I attended last night the West Winds monthly board meeting, starting with a orientation from our finance fellow Simon, or CFO, I guess we call him, Simon Lee, who is very adept at at his job, and it was followed by the board meeting right after. So I'll just give you a couple of numbers quickly. What we do. So we run 3 portfolios: retirement, affordable housing, and near market housing. In the retirement world, we run 3 lodges: Medicine Tree Manor with 100 suites, High Country Lodge in Diamond Valley with 41 suites, Sandstone Lodge in Okotoks for 46 suites. Affordable housing, we have 130 units managed on behalf of the province by West Winds, and the rental assistance program that we do serves 382 households, which is 677 Albertans in the area. And our near market housings properties owned by West Winds, we have 27 homes. 10 are in constructions, which is the Darcy Ranch, which I've been telling you about, which is coming along very nicely. And we have 40 still awaiting funding from CMHC. And we're still confident with that funding coming, as our CEO, now CEO, said that a lot of her counterparts have received letters of refusal for funding, and we have not received that. So we're still looking forward to receiving that funding so we can continue on with our growth. In the High River area, we handle 106 households. In Okotoks, 100, Claresholm, 54, Diamond Valley, 19, other communities, 33. We go right down to Vulcan County, and we have quite a wait list on all our portfolios. In all, we serve, Westwind Community Services, over 1,000 people in the Foothills community, and that all segues into our requisition, which is just over $1 million, $1.8 million. And so just so you know where that funding goes to, extremely important in our community. That's all I had this week. Thank you, sir.
And Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 to report on. February 20th, attended the Fish Creek Watershed Association. We had a meeting, and this is an extension of my BRBC. I just add all my watershed groups in that, and had a really nice update from them, as well as heard about their plans for 2026. And further, they shared with me a copy of their fish inventory report, which occurred in 2025 and has been nicely summarized, including photos of the amazing amount of species that were present during the study. So I wondered if anybody would like a copy of that, and particularly our staff may be interested in that, just as having some news on the healthy fish that are taking place up in the northwest in the Fish Creek watershed. So I'll share that if anyone's interested. And further, I also joined you with the Foothills School Division and Foothills County meeting, and I was very pleased to hear about good news stories, as well as overwhelming good job at planning that they do. So it's really nice to see the amazing effort they do at communication, as well as overall very comprehensive planning. So it was nice to hear from them.
Thank you very much. Committee reports for me. So we had Flores meeting last Thursday. Big excitement out of there is that we do have a building naming sponsor. We've signed the agreements, both parties. So announcements of that will be coming in due time. But that is an exciting thing going forward. I'm not sure what else there is to report on that item. Enjoyed the meeting yesterday with the Foothills School Division, and of particular interest to me was that they actually brought up the potential of moving the Cayley School modernization up a little bit, and reaching out to community groups and seeing how that could look as a bit of a broader partnership. ASB Provincial Committee. So a good chunk of time here was taken up. We met with Team Alberta. So there was Team Alberta Crops as represented by the Canola Producers Association, Beekeepers Association, Alberta Grains, and Alberta Pulse Producers Association, as well as representatives from Team Alberta Livestock with the Intensive Livestock Working Group and the Cattle Feeders Association. Just a number. This was largely just an exercise to reach out and get to know each other's concerns and where they're going in terms of the future of their respective entities and how we can cooperate and work together. Lots of concern about ag plastics, and we know the province is making significant changes in that regards. The plastics recycling program that was a pilot is being moved into a permanent program. So grain bags, silage plastic, baler twine is all recyclable, but bale wrap, net wrap is still not, just due to the contamination factor. Kochia was raised, and that was interesting. There's a municipality up north that is moving forward with upgrading Kochia to a noxious weed. So any municipality can upgrade weeds. They can't downgrade weeds from what is in the provincial acts, but they can upgrade. So they are upgrading that so that they can take action against landowners who are not dealing with Kochia on their property. Talked about club root and the concerns with oil and gas service companies spreading it. Talked about rail switching. This was primarily the canola producers that brought that one up. Talked about markets and tariffs and how that whole thing is changing so much in our world today. Talked about ag processing. Talked about mustard. So there's some differences in regulations, America to Canada, and there's some mustard pieces that have been approved across the line to the south, and the concern that may contaminate our canola going forward. 40% of honey production in Canada comes from Alberta. And they're certainly concerned about grass in ditches. Many areas you see people farming right up to the roads or municipalities mowing right next to the crops. And for honeybees, it's important to have that stretch of grass in there for their livelihood. Intensive Livestock Working Group, there's quite a bit of conversation around what they're doing in terms of reaching out to municipalities. Actually, our ASB is meeting with them. Is it next week or the week after, whenever our next meeting is? So they're just really reaching out, trying to listen to municipalities and also share with them the concerns that they have as running an intensive livestock operation can be very difficult as more and more subdivisions come within vicinity. Because intensive livestock means dust, it means noise, it means smell. And there was specific talk about under the MGA, every municipality is required to have a municipal development plan. And in that plan, we are required to say how we will protect agricultural land. And yet, nearly all municipalities have a plan that meets that requirement and yet holds nothing to account in that regards. It's kind of wide open. And yeah, that was all for that. Other items on the ASB, we talked about weeds on well sites. I maybe mentioned this before. So the Weed Act is now a designated act under or going to be a designated act under the Responsible Energy Act. Just allows a little more enforcement on those gas and oil sites. I got a report from the parliamentarian, just his report annual he provides after the conference in January, just highlighting what went well and room for improvement. And he thought the resolution session that he was a parliamentarian at went well. Again, talked about strychnine. I think we covered that a little bit earlier today, a little bit. Talked about research. You probably heard lots in the news that the federal government is canceling or is slated to close research sites and lay off lots of researchers. So there's been a lot of back and forth. I did talk with the Reeve of Lacombe County because one of the research centers that are slated to close is there. And they have formed a working group to see what can be done there. And they did have somebody appear in the Ag Committee before the House of Commons yesterday or Monday, I don't remember. And there's just a lot of work being done in that Ag Committee to see what can be done. When we start closing research, laying off researchers, meanwhile funding other things, it certainly shows the priorities of our federal government. On to other things, now this is not official, but I did meet with the president and the executive director of the Alberta Farmers. No, Alberta Farmers. Alberta Federation of Agriculture. Sorry. So they're the Alberta factor of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. They're a membership organization, and their primary role is related to lobbying the federal and provincial governments. And so I just met with them just to talk about how we can work together, and because we're dealing with so many similar things. Just had Blackie Community Association and Cayley Community Association as well, and nothing significant out of there that I got a couple things to bring up with administration, but nothing needed here. So that's all for me. Sorry it took so long. We'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and my reports. I attended via Zoom the policy and research meeting for CRAS on the 19th. That was more of a meet and greet. It was very interesting to see the different people involved and where they come from and their backgrounds and stuff. So looking forward to following through on those meetings and see where we go. And then on the 23rd, we had the Foothills Regional Services Commission meeting. And not a huge amount to report from that other than Alberta Environment sprung a surprise audit at the landfill. No major, mostly just very minor stuff that was brought up, issues as far as just putting batteries out the night before they were going to be picked up versus the morning of, things like that. The fiber optic was to start this Wednesday, the expansion. And then moving on to the wastewater, we put forth the motion to get admin to set up the meeting with the stakeholders in that, so that we can all sit around and get on the same page with what's going on at Frank Lake. And I also attended the Foothills school district meeting yesterday, and it was actually really good. I also found it really interesting that they're asking for volunteers to come in and teach, give teachings on what I would refer to as life-based banking for one. And yeah, a lot of really good information there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh, sorry, I see you got your button on, but go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No formal committees, just thank you to the ASB for this letter. Would just kind of point like the food safety validation, and like I don't think that's
I think we're going to come to that under
oh, that's going to be it. Okay.
Under H.
Okay, then I'll skip. No committees to report.
Okay, thank you. CO Payne.
Yeah, just a couple of updates for council. Just wanted to share on your per diem forms. Just make sure when you're submitting those that I wanted to make sure council's aware that you're eligible for a full day if you attended the Brownlee Emerging Trends seminar. And then you're also eligible for half day for yesterday's Foothills School Division partnership meeting is what we had called it. Just wanted you to be aware of those two things as well. Council had asked that we try to arrange a meeting with Minister Neudorf for the upcoming spring convention, RMA spring convention. We did receive a response from his office today indicating that they're putting together his schedule for that week, and they'll be sending us available dates to meet with him while we're in Edmonton. So I think that's good news. yet. And then the final one is just to keep an eye on the provincial budget that's coming tomorrow around 3:15 p.m. So I will personally be waiting with bated breath to see what's in the budget. RMA and Alberta Municipalities Association is also very good at putting together very quick analysis of what the impacts are on municipalities, both rural and urban. So we'll, as that information comes to us, we'll certainly be disseminating that to council members as well. And that's all I had in open session. I do have a couple of closed session items.
Okay, Director Hemingway, anything in open? Okay, Manager Barrett, anything in open? None? Okay, then we'll just go to H before we go into closed. So there was that letter passed out from the ASB Provincial Committee. It does have my name on the bottom as the chair, so I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that and ask if there's any concerns about sending it out. To be honest with you, I have not even read it yet. It just came through about an hour ago. And I know what's in it, but I have not read it specifically. So, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. B. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair. These are our only labs are in Lacombe, right? That's where where spines went for BSC inspection. That's where the vertebrae went to be tested. Like our only lab. So what I am getting at, the only reference in here to food safety, it doesn't mention that the only labs we have for testing, as far as I know, are in Lacombe. So it's second page, it says food safety validation. I'm pretty sure they're at Lacombe. Anyway, I think it's light on the fact that that's where our only labs are. And I think it's light on, this is heavy on beef and light on plant breeding. Because the other thing that is missing here is if we lose this plant breeding, we are totally at the mercy of Syngenta and BASF to sell us seeds. So losing this plant breeding program in Lacombe and Lethbridge has serious economic impacts on the viability of small farms, and it's not captured.
Is there still one in
Okay.
Brooks, RD? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there still one in Brooks?
No, like there's just less. Brooks is gone for years. They took that out with the PFRA. I'm pretty sure when the PFRA went, Brooks went. As far as I know, I'm just aware of Lethbridge and Lacombe, and I just know that the labs, like for testing, are in Lacombe. Like we're losing those labs. Like it doesn't matter if it's beef or plants. If they're testing plants for strange bacteria, you go to Lacombe, and that's where that testing was done. Like we're losing the small farmers losing any chance at viability, and then you're completely sold out to the BASFs and the Syngentas for seed, and just becomes completely limited. Like if they're going to get rid of our only viable other choices for plant breeding and food safety, you cannot rely on the agricultural monopolies to protect us.
Okay, CAO Payne.
Yeah, and I just wanted to share with council, there is an item related to this coming next week. Under that section H, acknowledgements and information items. The CAO from Lacombe County has sent out a letter to all CAOs from all MDs and counties in Alberta. And I've put that on for next week for council to take a look at a request from Lacombe to participate in a letter of support requesting that the federal government reconsider its decision. So have a look at your agenda under item H for next week as well. There's some good information in that letter from Lacombe County CAO as well on this very topic.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the input. We'll certainly take that forward before it is ever sent out. I don't see anything else. Nobody else had anything else under what is that new title? Acknowledgement and information items under H. Okay, with that, we have a couple things in closed, so I would look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries.
That's Richard's large plants, isn't it?
Welcome back. That concludes our meeting for today. So I would look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Callister, is that all in favor? Motion carries. See you next Wednesday.